And hello, very good evening, and welcome to the live stream, 5 p.m. It's a very, very hot Sunday, and I think it's going to stay that way for the next few days. Summer's definitely here, and it is very much, um, pretty much a heat wave, really. It's the longest day as well. So good evening to Amazetase, and he's already come up and confirmed the selection for the Champion's Choice. That's going to be a Class 90 on the OTS West Coast Main Line South Route. It's OL97 0615 Trafford to Felixstowe. So we'll make a note of that in preparation. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the 86.4. The 86.2 seems to be fine, but the 86.4 is giving me a bit of a headache for some reason. So it's the old Freightliner green one. So thanks for that, and that confirms the choice there. And let's get going then in today's stream. Good evening, Josh. Hope you are well. I'm trying out the new Starlink uh, system, and it is working excellently well, and it's definitely improving things. But I noticed there was a little bit of chopping there early on, so I've just altered the settings slightly so on the stream. So hopefully we'll be all okay with that from now on. And yeah, good evening, Josh. And yeah, enjoyed your new timetable. And we're going to start off with that, actually. We're going to do a run from Blackpool to Crewe. So we're going to use the Class 47. And then at Preston, we're going to start off by taking the 86 in the yard and then coupling up to the unit and then taking it through to Crewe. We've got a merry-go-round hopper working. We have a Class 47 3 as well in a tanker service, and then we'll finish with that Trafford. Actually, we won't finish with it. It'll be the third run, Trafford to Felixstowe, with the Freightliner green that Amazetase has picked up. So yeah, let's get going. So the only thing that slightly disappointed me was I was hoping to turn the settings up on OBS Studio with the bit rate, but it doesn't seem to allow it even with the Starlink going. But it'll probably take a bit of time just to get everything sorted out. We only got it installed yesterday. Good evening, Harry. Hope you are well. And I think there's no issue with the Crewe Preston route, but it just seems to be I've got a slight thing with the 86.4. I don't know why, and everything else seems all right. I think once you've got the shaders done and everything, I mean, and I mean, it seems, on the face of it, it seems as though the Trent Valley route is a bit more optimised. But, on the other hand, the Trent Valley route just doesn't have those massive yards that we have. Okay, there's a big yard around Rugby, but it just doesn't have that big area like we have around Crewe, around Warrington, Bank Key, and Wigan as well. I'm fine, thanks, Harry. Yeah, hope you are well. So yeah, I just love the fact that we can do joined up runs, and I think now that we can do Blackpool through to Crewe now in the 80s era, then it just knits so well together. I think that is fantastic. So it'd be good to have a look at that. Yeah, how's everybody else finding the Crewe Preston route? Are you all enjoying it if you've got it? I know you'll have it, Josh. And I know Amazetase has got it as well. So, yeah, how generally are you all finding it? Yeah, I have to play around with this OBS Studio. I mean, the silly thing is, it's now suggesting that I can increase the bit rate, but I know that when I have done, it's then struggled to keep up with the stream. So yeah, it needs some messing around with. So the service we are doing is 1 Alpha 1 2. Let's do the large logo one, I think. Always my favourite. Good evening, Azza. Hope you're well. So I know we've got a few holidays this week. Pete's on holiday. Dom's, he's in Yorkshire. Dom's in Oban. And Brian's at the cricket. But it is that time of the year where I can't blame anybody for being out and enjoying the sunshine. Yeah, I suppose you've probably had so much to do, Josh, but yeah, well, absolutely. But it is amazing detail, as well, you know, that was taken as read, really. And I think now that you've seen the entire scope of it, you can fully understand why it's taken so long in terms of the timetable and everything else. But I think having a new Blackpool branch's timetable is the icing on the cake, because as it stood, it looked a bit out of place with having only the diesels at Preston. So it just adds a lot to it. There we are. So what do we have on board? 47662. We've got a mixed rake, actually. We've got some air-conditioned stock and some non-air-conditioned stock. I noticed this earlier on, actually, with this. It seemed as though... There we go. There, we've got it. And I think I'm right in saying some have got this DSD on and some haven't. I'm not going to worry too much about that anyway. So headlights are on, better put that on as well. There you go. So Blackpool, we're taking some holiday visitors away from Blackpool, I think, here. It's 6:30 in the morning, so taking them away. Oh, actually, I've just realised we're not due off until 6:30. Ah, right, you haven't got Blackpool branches at all. Didn't realise that, Asa. Yeah, I mean, I love the this old version of it. I think it's terrific. Ah, right, no, got you. Yeah, the idea is so we're doing a Blackpool to Euston service as far as Crewe. So we're going to take this as far as Preston, and then we'll switch over to Crewe Preston, and we'll couple up the Class 86 onto the stock at Preston. I've been messing around with that because the brakes have been a bit of a nightmare to get them working, but I found a way that works. Yeah, I was surprised thinking that you hadn't got it, but yeah, this is always lovely to drive. And although it's the oldest of the Just Trades TSW routes, it's very, very good. Yes, I'm still playing about with this Starlink. I mean, we're getting much improved download speeds, and we're getting 3 times as much upload speeds as well. But so far, I haven't quite been able to find the perfect sweet spot in terms of improving OBS Studio. I mean, I used the auto configuration wizard, thinking that was the best thing to do, and then it just immediately had phrase buffering when I did that. Yeah, how's everybody finding the weather as well today? It's been a lovely Sunday. It was nice to, for once we actually had a bit of white wine with Sunday lunch rather than red wine. It was just a perfect day for it. And rarely we're stopping at Poulton-le-Fylde as well, and Kirkham and Wesham, and then Preston at 6:58. Yeah, well, it's very warm in here. I mean, I've not had to do any great exercise today, other than putting together Sunday lunch. But it's not been too bad. Well, I'm fairly lucky in that the bungalow doesn't get very hot, even on a day like today. I mean, it's hot-ish, but well, it is hot. You know, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't, but it's bearable, and it doesn't get overly hot at night, thankfully. You've been working today, have you, Josh? I'm hoping we might be reasonably on time into Blackpool, because it suspends reality a little bit if we're late and then we start moving back in time. I notice the buses are new as well on this route. I think they're new anyway. I don't remember, I could be wrong, but I don't remember seeing the Leyland National bus on this route before. It looks mighty fine. Good evening, Concord. How are you? Yeah, I wouldn't judge that 35 mile an hour very good, did I there? There's always one pesky fly, isn't there, in the room, and I've got one that I just know is going to spend the next 4 hours dancing around me, and I've got zero opportunity of getting rid of the damn thing. Yeah, absolutely. I thought I wasn't going to get anywhere close to that 35 mile an hour. You tend to forget that the problem is you drive something like the Evero or a Pendolino, something modern, and you just have to adjust your mindset to the fact that this is not going to react exactly the same. Yeah, they so are. As you say, they find the slightest gap in the window, but they cannot find their way out for love nor money. Good evening, Andrew. How are you? Yeah, of course. There's now quite a few different bits of the West Coast Main Line. I mean, we're on Blackpool branches at the moment. We'll move on to Crewe, Preston. That'll be the next thing. Or in this case, Preston to Crewe. Never quite got anything at hand, have you, to hit the damn things with either, these flies. Shut the doors already, it's suggested. Should really wait for the brakes to go off before I start thinking about applying power. That's it. So we've also got the stop for Kirkham and Wesham to think about as well. So how are you finding Crewe Preston then? Those that have got it, I think the Amazetase. I'm guessing you've got it, haven't you? And Concord, have you got it? Yeah, I've got two, I think, two flies in the room at the moment. I just saw another one. One of them just sat down, but then very quickly moved away. Right, you haven't got it yet, Concord. But are you? I always forget. Are you console or PC? Ah, right. You just haven't had a chance, have you, mate? Says, right, got you. But yeah, it's very, very good. It's, I say, it's a demanding route, and I think that, I mean, mainly it's kind of letting the shaders settle in and stuff like that. But it is getting to the point now, and I think it's to be expected, really, that newer routes, it just can't stand up to it now. This old PC. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's because there's a real disparity between the two, isn't there? And that's the problem where you know, it with some of the stuff it's then debatable what you can do with it. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I mean, really, it's too hot. It's probably too hot in here, really. But we don't get weather like this that often, do we? And to be fair, it's nice to enjoy the summer weather whilst we've got it, and to be out and about sometimes, rather than necessarily playing on the train game. And of course, it's not too far off until Acton as well, isn't it? It's not this weekend, but the weekend after, isn't it? Can't believe. I'm sure. I can't remember when we booked it now. Was it something like about February? It was ages ago. Yeah, not a bad idea. I mean, it'll probably be a good thing for your PC, but also, more importantly, better for in terms of actually being in the room. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I can't believe it's come around so quick. So yeah, it's going to be great. Can't wait. So I've not booked it yet, but the next week or so I'll have to think about booking the train and stuff. Not definitely sure yet. Possibility I might come down the night before, and I can have a couple of glasses of wine on the way down then. Now, I mustn't forget to stop at Kirkham and Wesham. That's one of those stations that I'm more likely to go flying through. Ah, excellent. Yeah, I think it might just make it a bit more chilled out, and I'll definitely be coming down Avanti anyway this time. I'm not going to do Chiltern main lines like I did last time. I only really did that for a rare chance to have a ride on a 68. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Oh, good evening, Jess. Yeah, I'm fine. So I hope you're well. Lovely to see the mixed rake as well on the stock on this new timetable. It was kind of slightly irritating that we had just the non-air conditioned stock before, because you kind of felt for this period in the 80s they would be predominantly air conditioned. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Although I must confess, you've kind of got me. You have got me onto those caramel lattes. I've had a few more since last year. No, they're very nice. I mean, I like my coffee anyway, as you know, but it's nice to have something like that. But massive bonus, I think, that, I mean, not only have we got the new timetable, but things like having announcements put in at Blackpool North as well, and it's the sort of thing that DTG or whoever it is that's created the routes just doesn't seem to worry about or think about doing. I mean, West Coast Main Line South, for example, would be brilliant to have announcements on the stations. We would have finally got passengers at London Euston reappearing again, and it's probably back a little bit to how they were when the game first came out. I mean, it's still very, very quiet, but at least it's not uncommon now to see passengers at Euston. Yeah, we're still a bit behind schedule, aren't we? Not unusually for me. Nice smooth stop there, not. Yeah, so we've got a. I mean, I always think of this as a BG, but this is the 100-mile-an-hour one, isn't it? An NEA, and you've got a couple of the non-air condition for the first class. Then you've got the lovely brand new Mark 1 buffet car. You can't. I don't think you can shut the blind on this one, by the way. So it's always open, and then the mixture of the air-conditioned in mainly British Rail blue, but a bit of intercity livery as well. Yeah, you've got to be spot on, haven't you, with your acceleration and your braking, and it's really difficult. But if you're a really skilled operator of these trains, then you probably find it very, very comfortable. No, it's still the same one, still the same one. I've got Starlink installed now at Pete's suggestion, and it's a slightly Heath Robinson thing with the dish at the moment. It's sitting on a garden table at the side of the house, but hopefully next weekend my brother's got a mate who'll stick it up more permanently on the roof. Ah, excellent, Tazza. That's exactly what I was hoping you might say. Yeah, the idea being it should hopefully be a bit smoother. So, interestingly, I couldn't increase the frame rate, but it always looks inferior to me playing it back on the stream than it does on the telly. So that's great news. Yeah, really appreciate you confirming that, because I was hoping that we might see some improvement. I can't for the life of me figure out why I can't increase the bit rate further. I feel as though I should be able to, but there's something about OBS Studio that I don't know about. Yeah, well, it's really just about having a much better internet connection, and in terms of uploading, I mean, it's massively faster for downloading, but it's about 3 times faster than I had before. It's not as good as, say, if I had high fibre, but that could be 3-4 years away yet. I think they're kind of saying it'll be installed and ready in the ground for about 2030, so no way of knowing that. I mean, a new PC is kind of next on the radar, really, but I thought, well, until I've got the internet sorted out, it was pretty pointless. Yeah, so we joined the Elon Musk revolution. You know, I can't say I'm his biggest fan, but it certainly works or helps in terms of a dodgy countryside internet connection. So pleased about that, and because Pete's recommended me, then he's got a free month out of it, and I'll get a free month as well out of it. So it's all good. And overall, once I've cancelled the BT internet connection, then it is faster than it's going to be cheaper slightly anyway than what we're paying now for BT. But I'm pretty desperate, really, to be able to run the game at absolutely ultra settings, and for it to run smoothly. And you know, the only way I'm ever going to be able to do that is with a new PC. Yeah, definitely, Andrew. Yeah, it was dreadful, wasn't it? And I mean, we'll obviously have to wait and I'm not going to speculate or talk about, what might or might not have happened, but it's it's dreadful, and your thoughts are with the driver that was killed, and also there are still a number of people in hospital that were seriously injured. So it was very, very nasty incident. I mean, fortunately, they don't happen, these things, very often, but far safer being on the train normally than heading off in your car down the motorway. But unfortunately, these things can happen from time to time. Thankfully, not been like that for a very long time. I didn't know about it, to be honest, until I was doing the stream on Friday, and it had kind of, the news of it had kind of broken between me driving home from work and setting the stream up. I'll tell you what I missed out on when doing this run, actually. I did notice one of the things they mentioned was that you pass, I can't remember if it goes over, but the M55 motorway, and I didn't spot that. I love that sound of the brakes coming on. Again, it's just a sound that you just don't hear nowadays on modern stock. Yeah, it's a lovely sight, isn't it? With Wahlberg's church, cathedral, whatever it is, in the corner. Yeah, well, I sort of, I remember somebody mentioning it in the stream, I don't know, a couple of years ago, but at the time, I think, I presume the prices have come down, and also the reliability has gone up massively. So, yeah, we're delighted, really. I've not quite worked out, definitely. I think BT will hit me with some sort of penalty for cancelling, but it's still going to be well worth it in the end. I still keep thinking about Only Fools and Horses, though, and that mobile phone episode, and Del Boy's talking to Mike and the Nag's Head, and he's like, "Oh, wait a minute, no, there'll be a satellite, as he called them, that comes along any minute now," and you can see like Mike looking, "Oh yeah, right, oh great." But yeah, it's amazing technology, really. I know Pete's absolutely delighted with it, and he's been recommending it for a little while now. But it just seems as though my internet connection just seems to have got worse in the last few weeks. Ah, there you go. Typical Josh, just as I'm talking about. Mind you, I think it's lag rather than frame dropping, I'm hoping. But it might be that, to be honest, with this Blackpool branch is, I don't know if it makes any difference, but obviously it's a while since I've done a full run, so perhaps with the upgrade, perhaps again the shaders needed to load in, but perhaps. Still can't get rid of this pesky little fly. Ah, drop frames showing again. Oh, heck. Oh. Yeah, it uses with the settings. I think, to be honest, it's going to take me a little bit of time just to work everything out. Yeah, it's weird. I don't understand these drop frames, but as I say, generally it's a lot better. Good evening, Pete. Very warm Yorkshire. Hope you're having a great time. Sat on the canal bank, pike fishing with a cold beer or eight. Did you get your start? Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's all running. It's all running. As I say, there's a few things that will take me a little bit of time just to work out with getting OBS Studio right, but it's apart from that, absolutely brilliant. I was just saying how good it was, and then we got some frame drops. But I can't help thinking sometimes it's there's one or two weird things going on with my PC. I've never understood why I have to run a VPN, because if I switch the VPN off, you immediately get a massive frame rate drop. So it's there's one or two weird things that go on with it. Okay, so we're going to load the game up again, but we'll do that part 2, and we're going to take the 86 out from the yard. Yeah, you certainly picked an outstanding few days to go away. That's for sure, Pete. I mean, the problem with sometimes with OBS Studio is I've got a setting. I think, right, that works. I've tested it for a few minutes. I mean, the only way of really testing it would be to run it for a few hours where it's on in the background, and as a private stream, and then I can see whether there's any frame rate drops at all, but hopefully all is good again. What's your choice of beer then, Pete? All right, I've just seen the Amazetase comment. Broadband Connect runs out September, currently on 1 gig, but can get 3 gig, £30 per month, which is less than I'm paying now. Crazy speed, really. Yeah. Well, that's right, and I think that's the thing. If you're kind of in the city, as it were, or where you are, you're gonna get better, even than I can get, even with this Starlink. But that's live, and there will be high fiber will be fitted everywhere eventually, but it's kind of just when. But this will certainly work well for the time being. Oh, excellent, and Moretti, yeah. Oh, that sounds nice. Right, so we're going to do the 86.2. I'm going to pick the let's pick a conventional blue one, I think. So we need 0 alpha 1 2, and then we are going to connect up to 1 alpha 1 2. So we should hopefully just see our AI driver take the 47 off the train. You'll see it zipping past us as we head to eventually to join it up. Ah, so enjoy your Moretti, Josh. Keep thinking those flies have disappeared, but I'm sure they haven't. So what do we have here? Just quickly have a look. We've got the Duke of Wellington, 86230. I am nowadays, I have to say. And I mean, we've had white today, we've had Sauvignon Blanc, but it's... I never used to be. I was always very much a beer drinker, a bitter man, as it were. But yeah, last few years, and I think my brother's kind of partly got me into it as well. That we're kind of more wine these days. Does Dov zip along this 86 when you've got no stop behind it? But yeah, very much like me wine these days. I think if it's beer, it tends to be Guinness. I like Guinness, like a glass of Guinness. Now, it took me about, I spent about, oh, there's the 47. I spent probably about an hour and a half messing about with this particular stop move because I couldn't get the brakes to release when you change cabs. So I've kind of figured out in the end the best way to do it is don't physically move from one. I've just thought actually. Oh. Right. That's the first time I've done it that earlier because I've done this about 10 times and I didn't even realise it was possible to get stuck by the red signal. You like cider, do you? I don't know. I quite like Guinness. Yeah, it's. I just don't like beer that's too gassy these days. Andrew's a cider drinker. And I've just thought I didn't go to the engine room and switch the DVD on either, did I? So loads of points knocked off for my performance there. My brother's a great cider drinker, to be honest. Right, let's sort this out properly this time. Right, into the engine room we go. That's it. It's funny, I played this about 10 times earlier on. I didn't realise it was even possible to go through a red signal. Right, so we'll have a completely different train on board now. We've got Hardwick. What's that? 86225, isn't it? There we go, there's the 47 again. Yeah, so we've definitely got a calling on signal there. I do love the idea of doing these manoeuvres, though. I think it's all part of what the game's about, but sometimes it is a little bit taxing on the brain when you're streaming. Yeah, so we're definitely okay there. I love the wheel flange as well as you go round the points, around the corners. I think the sounds on this is just utterly magnificent. Okay, so we have stopped, and then we'll continue in free roam. So first things we'll do is switch the headlights off. And then we'll put the tail lights on. Remember where it is. That's it. Don't know you do tail light left either with that, but anyway, we've got one on. Turn the instrument lights to off. Tell you what, we'll do this bit first as well. We'll do the this bit up here as well, and knock this off. And then we'll put the master key off. Now the problem is, if you then switch to the other cab, the brakes are not released, as you can see. And if you turn the brakes off, they just don't work. Weirdly, they just seem to then. It's a funny thing it is. But anyway, there is a way. What I've discovered is, release them on here. Weirdly, they're not coming off now. Ah, right, okay, now, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So we're now in conjunction. We're working with this cab now. Okay, so that'll do. That'll do is there. So master key on. Headlights on. And then we'll do the old cab connection thing here. Now that fly's still knocking around. See if I can get rid of it at half time. No, I'm not quick enough for it. Good evening, the original Tomcat. Are you enjoying this route? Certainly am, yeah. I mean, this really is my era anyway, so to be able to go back to British Rail Blue and the old first generation electrics is basically heaven for me. I love these sort of manoeuvres as well. I'm not very good at doing them, but I love the idea of it, the fact that we can actually take our 86 through and connect it up to our train, having hauled it in sort of... Have you got it, the original Tomcat? And thanks for joining us, by the way. Hope you're well. Right, so we are red there still. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah. Are you from this era? Then the original Tomcat. I think it's brilliant though. It's just there we go into platform 4. I quite enjoy the tap changes. That doesn't massively worry me. The big problem really is kind of forgetting to spot the neutral sections more than anything. Ah, brilliant! Yeah, no, that'll be good. Well, it's good in the sense that if you work from this era, that that means that you're younger, which is never a bad thing. But it was also a very, very good era for those of us that can remember it. It was brilliant, interesting times, and completely different to the way that the railways work now. But yeah, glad to hear you getting it, because it's once again a brilliant creation from Just Trains. That's almost taken as read. We've come to expect it, haven't we, that Just Trains will produce another masterpiece, and they've done it again. I mean, in reality, there'd be a couple of track bods who would be standing about here, and they would actually do the physical connecting up of the train. So this would be a regular site at Preston or Birmingham New Street. And you would generally just pause just before, because you wouldn't want to go kind of hurtling up. There we go. So we've connected up to our train. Oh, it's absolutely incredible, isn't it? And that was the thing, isn't it? We first got Euston to Milton Keynes, and you know, delighted with that. Absolutely delighted with that. But on the downside, unfortunately, it was kind of like, well, we want to do more. We want to be able to drive a lot more than that. And now we can, which is absolutely amazing. What else are we going to do? Let's... where we've gone. There we are. Get this thing turned off. Ah, brilliant, yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, well, they are absolutely amazing. And as I say, it's a very, very interesting era. It's arguably more interesting than the sort of stuff that's in and around today. Oh, I think I forgot to tell you what I forgot to do. Yeah, we need to be off with there as well, don't we? I mean, all this is relatively straightforward, but it's amazing how long it took me to get everything to work properly a bit earlier on. Oh, train announcement. Yeah, I like that. And again, an attempt to make it so that the announcements aren't automated, which I think, again, is a lovely touch as well. Right, so what I need to do with these brakes, we've got to be dead careful here, because we'll have to release the brakes. So that it's off at that end. But we are on a bit of a downhill slope, so put the brakes on now. Yeah, so we're okay. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I've spent many a time on Birmingham New Street Station. We got a green, by the way, so we're okay. We're on the up fast. I love the little ding, 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 or for the announce, or ding dong. I haven't quite worked it out yet, but yeah, loving those announcements. But yeah, this was a very much an everyday occurrence because British Rail was quite religious in the 80s, where basically if you got an electric network, then you would run trains on the electric lines, and the diesel, you know, but they obviously had to take them off for the diesel parts. I mean, that's the sound of my childhood right there. Yeah, exactly right, Amazetase. Yeah, that describes Birmingham New Street in a nutshell. I mean, one of the problems with it was that it was kind of built as a kind of like a basement station, absolutely ideal for electric trains, but without the reality of the fact that so many of the trains that actually run through New Street were diesel. I mean, it's very, very exciting though, because there was such a variety. You saw all the electric, so there's lots of 86s, 87s, but 85s were thrown in for good measure. You'd see 82s, 83s, and obviously a bit later the 90s, and the EMUs were the you saw 310s on the Birmingham New Street to London Euston, stopping services, which, you know, sort of the what's London North Western now, and you also had, eventually we had an electrified cross city line, but even they were DMU for a long time. It hasn't gone again, has it, the frame rates? Yeah, signal seems to have dropped again. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, so hopefully that's sorted it. I keep messing about with the settings, and unfortunately it's kind of like a little bit trial and error. So it should be all right now. I've altered the settings again. But I've started off with 4,000 kilobytes per second, and I've just put it down to 2,500. But yeah, Birmingham New Street was an incredible, amazing place in the 1980s. All right, I didn't know there was an EMU in it. It'd be more likely be a DMU, wouldn't it? Or unless it was, it might have been a 323 perhaps. And have you got the PC modded timetable for Preston Carlisle perhaps? All right, fantastic, Azzy. Yeah, well, we've got a 90 run coming up in Champions Choice as well on West Coast Main Line South. That's going to be after we get to Crewe. Ah, okay, yeah, right, I see. Yeah, back in the day, it could have been a 304 or a 310. Probably most likely have been a 304 before the 321s or the 323s were introduced. Yeah, Amazetase was the champion last week. And he did nominate Brian, actually, but Brian said that he's at the cricket this week. So we're doing... so Champions Choice, if you can take part, is 7 Tango 77. Part... no, it's not. No, that's my class... No, that's my merry-go-round hopper run. No, it's Oscar Lima 97. Trafford Park to Felixstowe. With the old Freightliner green... class 90. Brilliant, Azzy. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, so the 2019 Josh's 2019 timetable. And the question is, Azza, is you were saying about the stream looking a little bit better on when we do Blackpool branches. Now that I've lowered the settings on OBS Studio, does it still look better or about the same? I'm kind of interested to know. Oh, I'm going to get that damn fly before the end of this stream. Yeah, it is. It is. So thankfully, we don't have to worry about that having Josh's timetable. I've yet to actually try the 90 out since the alterations from that came out. There's an absolute shed load of updates, wasn't there? And one of those was the Blackpool branches timetable, but another was the class 90, so it's got new improved sounds. I think there's supposed to be a patch as well, a texture patch that Alan Thompson's going to make available for PC users as well at some point. I mean, whether that'll definitely happen, of course, anybody's guess, and hopefully it's not going to be something where you know, ATS are arguing with DTG over it. Ah, right, well said, Amazetase. Yeah, that's very well put. Much more concisely than how I would have explained it, so well done. And we've got a couple of regulars as well who are kind of on holiday this week, so there's an extra opportunity there for next week's stream with both Brian and Dom being on holiday this week. Yes, that'll definitely please Rachel. I know that she was mentioning about the that being a factor. I mean, there'll be no difference with the textures on the release. They haven't altered them at all. But I say they're saying that there is going to be a patch available from ATS. Yeah, I can't understand it. I mean, to my mind, the 86.4 looks exactly the same, but when I've run it, it run absolutely dreadfully, and it was absolutely hammering the frame rates. I've no idea why. I know some people have had issues with it on the console, but I don't know whether it's the PC or what it is, or whether I've just not run it in enough yet, as it were. I don't know, but yeah, it was kind of really laggy and stuttery with the 86.4 for me for some reason. Well, it'll make a change anyway, and it'll be a break in the stream away from yeah, it's another part of the West Coast Main Line. Yes, I know what you mean, and you know, I don't want to be skeptical, but I hope it isn't something that just never materialises. It's a shame, really. I think we're overwhelmingly pleased with the Manchester Airport commuter route, apart from the fact that it doesn't go to Crewe, and I think as well on that they've fixed Slade Lane Junction now, so you shouldn't go from the fast to the slow, I think it is, heading towards Stockport. You shouldn't suddenly find yourself lurching all over the place. Yeah, that's exactly my thoughts. The original Tomcat, yeah, that's got to be a clue, hasn't it? Having Shrewsbury on the front. I mean, it's about half an hour the fastest runs from Crewe to Shrewsbury, but the kind of the all stations ones are a bit longer. Well, there was that, but that seemed to be a little bit of a joke, really. It was kind of like saying, well, the only way you're gonna get to Alderley Edge in Tradesim World is on the bus. But I don't think it was meant maliciously or cynically, but I think that was the idea with it. It starts getting a nonsense though, doesn't it? And you know, I mean, I don't understand about the licensing, the collaboration that's involved, but for goodness sake, you can't keep rebuilding Crewe every time. Let's just work together. Here we go. So coming into Wigan North Western, of course, Anybody that watches G Loves Trains knows that this is very much her locality, the Wigan, as she calls it. So, I mean, coincidentally, when I did the run the other night, I picked a non-stop run. I didn't really intend to, but so it's nice to be able to stop at the station and have a quick look around. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And also, we know it's going to be on the middle and main line, don't we, with a new timetable, which is a great. Really looking forward to that. Oh, just before we get going, I just want quickly to have a look at. Love that HFI. Might that be, what was that, MFI maybe? So, I've only been to Wigan once in my life, but I do recognise this as the area. And then you come out here, there's another Leyland National bus, and I recognise that as the station area. And then, like, there being a row of houses here. So you go up here, and then you have, literally on the left, you have Wigan Wallgate. Oh, we can't see it from that angle for some reason. Hang on. There it is. Oh, and to boot, we've got a train coming in as well. It's probably on a Southport working. Uncle Joe's mint balls are over there as well. But it's a little detail that they could easily have not bothered with. Actually, that's not going to be a Southport. That's coming for a terminus at Wigan Wallgate. That might be a Southport run. Anyway, we're going to be late, aren't we? Yeah, it could be. Could be. I mean, actually, that's to Birmingham's not a bad shout, because that's probably more interesting. I just can't help thinking that Welsh marches might just be a bit too long. But to Birmingham via Telford, or at least, well, they'd only really need to connect to Wolverhampton. That would be something that's never been done. And I think, I can't remember his name now, not Kieran, but the, is it Dan? I can't remember now. Kind of the chap who talks on the streams, as sort of in charge of All Aboard Studios, but I think he's certainly from the West Midlands, so that's not a bad shout, actually. It could be. I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy with Welsh marches, but I'd be a bit disappointed if it was going to do Welsh marches if we didn't get the section down to from Crewe to Shrewsbury. Ah, there we go. Oh, I've remembered something, Amazetase. Love that full Mark 1 buffet car. Ah, good timing. Parcels run. I can't remember who mentioned the other night, but somebody was saying there's a good parcels service on this where you go via Euston. So sounds like worthy of doing. Yeah, true. Yeah, it could be something like that. Could be something like that. And the one thing we do know is that it won't be as long as the 108 miles that we had for Trent Valley, but that's no bad thing. And you start thinking now, well, between now and TSW6 coming out, what have we got to look forward to? Well, we know that hopefully the Mildmay line extension should be out, complete with TfL official announcements, which is going to be good. And I don't know whether Cumbrian Coast is likely to come out in the TSW6 cycle and the 70, and not a lot else as far as I'm aware, sort of on the British point of view. I did also do a full run on this service just as an AI thing earlier on, because I just wanted to make sure we got the shaders fully loaded in between Preston and Crewe in this direction. Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's something else, isn't it? Forgotten about that. Yeah. I mean, you're probably going to get on that. You're going to get on Great Western Express. You're going to get electric runs between Paddington and Hayes and Harlington. I got high hopes of. There was somebody who was releasing a modded timetable for PC with that included the Elizabeth line trains. You're going to be able to do regular Elizabeth line trains to Hayes and Harlington as part of his timetable, but he kind of said it was imminent, and then he sort of said, "Oh, I've done something really stupid, but I'm hoping to still upload it," but nothing. That's from a few months back now. Yeah, it's probably most likely, isn't it? Because we've only had one or two screenshots, haven't we? You know, they recently did a first development vlog, or it might have been the second after the initial announcement. So I suppose in reality they're probably only started to work on that in massive depth now that this is finally out. It's really hard to know when this route was properly finished and signed off, and I'm guessing the reason for the delay was the timetable. I might have to put a bit of brakes on just to make sure we're not exceeding the 90. There we go. Oh yeah, good point, Baz. I'd forgotten all about them. Yeah, that's very true, the original Tomcat. I forget what that junction is where the two lines branch off like that there. Is it Winnick Junction or is that Wigan? I can't remember now. And you've got Goulburn Junction as well, haven't you? Yeah, there's a few things that... I mean, thankfully, we've had that massive patch in the last week, which is very welcome. But there's a lot of stuff that... I mean, I do remember one of the Alan Thompson simulation teams saying before Christmas that Slade Lane Junction was fixed on the Manchester Airport commuter, and it's just come out 6 months later. Yeah, it could be, or at least, I don't know if poach is the right word. It could be that they have kind of worked with them and said, look, we could form a development team and create stuff for them. Yeah, so I understand. And of course, the beauty of if you do something at 8 o'clock in the summer is it's still daylight as well. Because I have a slight aversion to, you know, I've done the occasional nighttime stream or run on the stream, but I tend to think for the viewers it's a little bit boring. Yeah, it definitely is the original Tomcat. I don't really get it, to be honest. It's been very strange, some of these delays and the coordination, and there's been just a general air of lack of communication with Dovetail Games over the last few months. It's like every release in the main has been shrouded in chaos, which, I mean, pretty much DTG have pretty much just trains have been absent from that sort of thing, but then they wouldn't release anything that was substandard. Yeah, it's all a bit of a nonsense, really. Now, this is the most stuttery part that I've had with the game running, really. And it does just show what a lot's going on at Warrington, because you've got all the... it's speeded up a bit now, but you've got, of course, all the Fiddlers Ferry stuff as well coming in, haven't we? It's a very, very intensive route, really, this. I mean, I loved Preston to Carlisle, and I loved the fact that they had they had things like the Morecambe branch, and they had the yard at Kingsmore at Carlisle, but there's even more going on with this. This is very much the industrial northwest. Yeah, it's all very very strange. And then, you know, we've had things like they've announced previews, and then it's like, no, the preview's not going ahead, or it's all been completely and utterly mixed up. I mean, it's it's brilliant, the fact that there are so many third parties now, and I think that's a massive bonus. But DTG's communication with them leaves something to be desired, and it's like very often, and it's like, is it really true? You know, they'll say, they'll be doing a preview stream, and it's like, oh, right, let's write that down. We didn't know about that. No, fair enough, Azza. I do understand. The problem is, and it's the same with me, but generally when they make the TSW7 announcements, you're kind of like so excited by what's coming out that you just can't wait to get your hands on it. And you know, I suddenly become an excited 10-year-old all over again, really. I wonder why. And if it's what I think it is, then yeah, I think it's something that I think we're all will enjoy. Yeah, I'm the same, I'm afraid. I kind of know that there will be issues, that there'll be things that won't be perfect, there'll be stuff that they announce that sounds amazing and then doesn't quite work out as predicted, but yeah, I know, I just know that I'll be, I shall get it. To me, I think that we're more likely to get a 7:30 if we finally get confirmation that Dovetail Games and London North Western Railway have sorted the oh, cracker, there's a horrible lag there. Right, this is interesting, but the very, very busy locations, this never used to be a problem. It really, really struggles, and we're getting it seems to have settled down again now, I think. Yeah, it seems to be a thing with the busy locations, and this is only something that's started to happen in the streams in the last 2 weeks. I've just no idea why that's a problem. I've never really had a correlation before between, yeah, you see it's dropped again, it's dropping. This is so weird. Right, I've tried something else in the settings. Yeah, I think so. I think it is. And I think Warrington Bank Key is a case in point because you've got all the MGO stuff going on. But we had the same thing the other week with coming into to Euston as well. But I've never ever had that happen before. I think the problem is I've messed around with OBS Studio that much that I don't know what I've changed or what I haven't changed. But hopefully that's done it. Yeah, it was, and I mean, it made no difference for the PC user, the original Tomcat, because on the within 2 days of it being released, we had branded 350s, but it was all very, very odd because, I mean, the company itself is West Midlands Trains. They operate West Midlands Railway, and they also operate London North Western Railway. So they clearly had a license for the West Midlands Railway branding, because that was done for the 323. So I mean, my theory always was perhaps that they DTG thought somehow just assumed that they automatically had the LNWR as part of that, but I don't know, something went wrong, and very, very soon before it was released, they suddenly had to take down all the shots with the branding in. But sometime in the next week, I need to do a private stream where I run it through these busy areas and just make sure that it's not lagging, because it's been a problem for a couple of weeks now. I haven't really got to the bottom of it. Yeah, it could be. I think that was one of the ambassadors. I mean, I presume it was either an ambassador or a beta tester, and I'm sure whoever it was is either no longer an ambassador or no longer a beta tester. But that was the end of that. I mean, it was quite exciting at the time, because we kind of got wind of the fact that we were likely to get a Pendolino, and we were likely to get Milton Keynes in the game coming soon. Yeah, we'll see how the stream behaves when we get to Crewe, and that's kind of more detailed than even Warrington, Banky and Wigan North Western. So we'll see what happens then. But you just can't foresee, or it seems unlikely that we're going to get any major route now coming out before TSW7's a thing now. And, you know, you're kind of going to get into the summer holidays thing. Then next month we're going to get... well, did we get dovetailed? I mean, it was a bit later, wasn't it? It was September last year when TSW6 came out, so... if that's the case, then the Dovetail Direct thing is going to be August, isn't it? But I really would like to be up and running with a new computer before TSW6, to be honest, because although, you know, it's sort of, it's going to be a dear do, but I think this machine's at the end of its life in terms of running this game. I mean, I really was hoping that this Starlink would mean the end of drop frames, but clearly not. It all goes back 2 years, the original Tomcat, to when West Coast Mainline South came out, and somebody leaked the fact that there was a Pendolino at Milton Keynes, and as I say, it was most likely either an ambassador or one of the beta testers. And I think it is an inevitability with upgrades. I mean, it's kind of, unfortunately, the game's only going to get more demanding, so you do need the latest tech. Ah, excellent. Sorted out the cockapoos, fed them, back out in front of the canal in my chair with a beer holder. Glass of Pinot Grigio. Ah, excellent. Yeah, I'm all right with Pinot Grigio. You know, particularly on a day like this. Actually, you know, I wouldn't particularly want it with sitting having dinner, but yeah, on a perfect summer's day like this, then that would go down nicely. Sounds very nice. Yeah, well, I was the same. And the fact that London Euston was going to be in there, because, I mean, for all the other sections of the West Coast Main Line, you just had to have London Euston and West Coast Main Line South, and you know, I'll still say this, that any route that comes out in the future, that was still the one I wanted, probably more than anything, being my kind of biased, you know, that's my route to London. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, that's why we had Sauvignon Blanc with our Sunday lunch, which is always our go-to white wine. First time I've had a glass of white wine in this calendar year, probably. And yeah, you can't beat a nice chilled glass of white wine on a day like this. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean we're normally chicken really on for Sundays, but yeah, we always enjoy it. It was nice to be able to sit outside as well. Although unfortunately our little Westie likes to terrorise the neighbourhood by barking his head off. Although he's very much a yapper, you know, it's like yap 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 yap. He tries his best to be manly, but he doesn't quite manage it. And sometimes he strains his voice so much he really does strain his voice, and then he's struggling to bark. Yeah, we've had quite a few mentions of Bristol Temple Meads being included in some capacity, whether that's Reading or whether it's going to say Cardiff. All right, excellent. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds really nice, that, Pete. I think we will get Bristol Temple Meads in the game at some point. It's almost an inevitability, but when and where to and what time period. I mean, generally, more often than not, it tends to be set in the pretty much the now and within the last couple of years. And I think it might have been Azra who was saying, but, you know, hats off to, or was it Dom? I can't remember, but somebody was saying amazing how they pieced together the source material to release a route like this and to make it as detailed as it is. So I think when I come into Crewe, I'm going to switch to the other setting, and then we'll see what happens with the frame rates then. I'm hoping with the couple of things I've changed on OBS Studio that it might work a bit better. Yes, I have, I mean it's probably I've downloaded it, but I mean it's going to probably take him years to fill in the scenery. But if he ever does, then I think that'll be quite nice to have things like Sheffield to Doncaster, and you know, that'd be quite an interesting little route. Ah, no worries at all, Seb. No worries at all. There's no expectation that you have to be with us by a certain time. Hope you enjoyed your day and the heat. Well, I don't think there's too much chance of the weather being rubbish, really. I think we seem to be set for a heat wave, but I don't know about the week after next, and you never know, you might have a day where it all changes with thunderstorms. But this is very much my territory, sort of heading down the West Coast Main Line towards Crewe, and to do it in an old Class 86 like this is wonderful. Yeah, I'm just going to switch, I think, to me OBS Studio. I can still see the chat, although it's slightly behind the other screen, but I'm just interested to see whether hopefully we won't get any drop frames. I still really don't know why we suddenly started having problems 2 or 3 weeks back. It suddenly seemed as though you know, it's never been brilliant the way it's run on the game, but suddenly we were getting very, very choppy streams. But so far, the way things have worked out, we've had issues coming into what the moment we come into Warrington Bank, but I've just changed a couple of things in the settings, so we'll see whether that makes any difference at all. Hope it does. Wish I could get away from this pesky fly. It's constantly running round my legs and around me. Yeah, well, this is it, but it's like weird that, you know, I've gone, apart from an issue about 2 years ago, I've never ever had really drop frames. It's very, very rarely been a thing, and then suddenly it's become as though it's happening all the time. Right, so that's single yellow. So we're going to keep an eye on that because I mean, it's undoubtedly a bit laggy, which, you know, I'm kind of expecting that. But once Crewe's loaded in, it should be alright. I mean, you think of, you know, Crewe Birmingham and stuff, and it's alright. You know, once Crewe's loaded in, there's just like usually a stutter for a couple of seconds, and then it goes back to normal. But this seems a bit more difficult. Yeah, no, it's done it again. Yeah, it's done it again. But then even when I take the game off, so annoying. Right, see if that makes a difference. Now, I mustn't forget the signal as well, because it was threatening to be on red. Right, change to yellow now. Yeah, it's gone to a more stable setting again now. Yeah, it's gone all right again now. Yeah, it's completely stable, so it'll be completely okay. Ah, it's dropped again, yeah. It's dropped again. It's dropping again. I just don't understand why or how. You know, it's been working fine for a couple of years, and then suddenly it's all getting an issue. Oh, we're coming into platform 1. Yeah, there's nothing running though. I've got no Discord running in the background. So there's nothing really running. It's very strange. I really was hoping with the with having the Starlink installed that it was going to be totally and utterly trouble-free in that respect, but it just shows it's not just... Clearly the internet connection's great. Yeah, well, you do get stuff like that. The problem is, it's like I do not know what the issue is. I mean, I know Crewe's obviously hugely demanded on the PC. I mean, that goes without saying. Love how we've got things like, you know, loose 86s there as well. There we are. So we've made it anyway. That's the end of that. So I think, how are we doing for time? Is it about half time, isn't it? Yeah, 7 o'clock. Perfect. So we'll do the half time break, and I will go away and make a bit of coffee, and then we'll prepare for the next stuff. Be interesting to see actually how it compares with running West Coast Main Line South in a second. Right, I'll be back in a jiffy. Right, I'm back, and hopefully no spoiler alerts, but Spain for Saudi Arabia nil in the World Cup, so um, Spain back on track. I've been enjoying the World Cup so far, I must confess. Been some great games. England were excellent the other night, but it's just enjoyed it all though, not just about England. Scotland have been a bit of a poor watch though, to be fair. But there's been some really good matches. So Champions run then, and so I say Brian's not here, Dom's not here, so there's definitely me and Amazetase and Azza. I don't know if there's anybody else. I don't know if Josh is taking part, and also whether the original Tomcat is taking part in this. You're quite welcome to if you would like. Yes, Canada 6-0. I quite enjoyed the Germany Ivory Coast match as well last night, and they played really well. Ivory Coast, or Cote d'Ivoire, and we had the cameo appearance of Gary Lineker on the ITV World Cup programme as well, which was quite funny. I mean, I've got one or two theories about what might be affecting the PC, but you know, it's never been a problem before. But I don't know. But there's definitely something that's taken up the, you know, the use of the GPU or whatever it is, and it's struggling to kind of handle the game and the OBS Studio, and even more so than it was doing, you know, a while back. But my brother actually has watched a bit as well, and he did say he's noticed that the bits where it's not choppy and laggy, it's looking better. Yeah, well, to be honest with you, I don't know whether I've got it on anyway. I think it's downloads, to be honest, and a couple of programs that I've got. But hopefully, we'll see how West Coast Mainline South goes, and it's a bit of a pain, you know, from your point of view, really, as the, you know, as the viewer. It's like you just want to be watching a stream that works all right. You know, you don't want to be watching laggy stuff, do you? So, so you know, apologies that we are getting issues. Right, so we need West Coast Main. Oh, I was there then. Want to West Coast Mainline South. We need Josh's 2019 timetable. We need the Class 90. And I think he was saying Freightliner Green Old was the suggestion. And then the service was, they are OL97 Trafford Park Freightliner Terminal, which is Milton Keynes to Wembley and Euston. Oh, no worries at all, Azzy. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Oh, good evening, Andy. Brilliant. Oh, well, there you go then. There's another contributor. Yeah. Right. Okay. Another Sunday worker. Yeah, I hope you've had a decent day and beautiful sunshine, and welcome as ever. Still can't get rid of this stupid, irritating fly. So if you hear me bashing every so often, I'm trying to get the thing, but I just can't get anywhere near it. Yeah, well, it seems as though, I don't know, it seems to duplicate everything these days, doesn't it? I don't know why. But I've got the intercity liveried ones for the, you know, the mod for Preston Carlisle, I suppose. So this is my first time driving this since the update. So we'll see if the sounds are a little bit better. So it should be the new improved class normal. Yeah, there's only that there, isn't there? Oh. Yeah, so we'll see if these sound any better. What do we need? Instrument light sprite, we'll say. This doesn't really work. And then headlights are on day, that's fine. Ah, right, interesting. Yeah, so we've actually got a couple of two light engines working. So this should go off like a rocket. Got a 350 to come through. And we've got a Pendolino as well. Be interesting to see if the speed set's any better. Do you know, I don't think I have ever done an engine run like this before. Ah, excellent, yeah. Because I just feel as though, I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I just think you get to 75 and it should hold it at 75. That's certainly what happens in the Class 90. Yeah, I think it does sound a bit better. Great how it sets off as well. Love this. I mean, we are going uphill. I mean, I'm guessing if we come to a downhill stretch, we might still gain speed a bit. But yeah, it seems to be working a bit better. We didn't have the issue of it complaining about the DSD, not so far anyway, so that seems to have been fixed. Yeah, the horn sounds a bit better. Because before you had that horrible, you had like a glitchy sort of DSD sound every time you're sounding the horn, but it sounds a bit cleaner. So yeah, definitely working, because before, if you set full power on the speed set, you would immediately start zipping up over the 75. It didn't seem to hold it in any way, shape or form. So this is pretty good. Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, there's a huge argument about how it was released initially, and I mean, there's no way that it should have been released in the state it was. It was nowhere near in release state. Oh, good evening, Luke. Hope you're well. A very happy birthday to you. And I know if it was if we were talking to a girl, then we shouldn't be asking, but may I ask you how old you are today, Luke? Ah, excellent. Yeah, that's a good point. And I know you'll enjoy them, because it's 100% guaranteed that the extra effort with this being the Josh timetable will mean all of the services are worth doing. Quite a nice little chilled out one this is as well, driving the 90s light engine. Oh, I don't know, Luke. I'm not from London, so I wouldn't have a clue. Amazetase might know. Scooby would know if he was in, but I've not heard from him today, so not sure he's in today. But yeah, the sounds, I mean, I think there's probably always a little bit of an issue with occlusion, I think it's called, isn't it? Where the sounds on the inside and kind of making it different to the outside sounds. Ah, right, there we go. There's right, Andy knows. Right, so yeah, so we're trying to guess Luke's birthday. It's his birthday today, and Luke says, what number bus goes to Stratford? And Andy has said it's the number 26. So is that the right answer? If so, you're a very young un. Welcome aboard the Southern service to Littlehampton. So the big test on the stream is when we get to Wembley, and if we don't get, I mean, I've got another couple of settings that I can think of off the top of my head with OBS Studio, but I can't actually do that without stopping the stream, so that'll be for next week. Yeah, oh, that's a young age, Luke. I wish I was 25, 26, but sadly, I'm basically double. Ah, excellent. Yeah, did you enjoy that then, Luke? I mean, it's just a shame about the texturing, really, on this. I mean, it's all well and good saying, well, we don't want it to be too high texture because we're worried about the effect for console users. But I think they overdid it a bit, and they tried to, like, kind of... The trade-off was, well, we're going to make it look really weathered and look really rubbish, so you might not notice. But, of course, everybody did straight away. Personally speaking, Luke, I'm just not a great McDonald's fan myself. But, you know, I suspect I'm very much in the minority with that. And I know that lots of people love it. And just to clarify then, are we right with the age then? Are you 26? And sorry to sound a bit Jeremy Paxman-like, interrogating, just intrigued, that's all. And hopefully, I mean, if we get the... I kind of don't see any reason why the texture update can't go up. Ah, right, is that the case? I've still not bought it, to be honest. I mean, that's stupid in its own right, isn't it? Because here you are, you've got Dovetail Games working with the UK government, producing a showcase. Oh, no, when you press Q, though, you still do get that funny bleepy sound. Very situational when you're in a hurry or late at night. Right, okay. Yeah. I always remember, I probably said before, but we had a day out. It was March 1982, and we had a day out to London, and we went. It was kind of like a charter train by the school, and it wasn't a school trip. I just went with my dad, but a lot of me schoolmates were all dead excited about the fact that they were going to be able to save a McDonald's for the first time, and I was like completely like, what the heck's McDonald's? And I wasn't interested anyway. Yeah, it's just strange, isn't it, that? And, you know, talk about, you know, trying to get on the right side of things. And I think they're just so obsessed at the moment, DTG, with making sure that the games run on consoles, but at whatever price. Well, that's true, Azzy, yeah. I mean, we're going to see a lot of Great British Railway trains introduced over the next few years, and who knows, if I'm doing a stream in 5 years' time, it might be 90% of the trains that we run. Oh, I see, you're telling us the bus numbers now. This isn't your age then at all then, Luke. I thought we were guessing your age. Oh, I know, it's just nonsense there, isn't it? People have a right to an opinion, and at the end of the day, you're only expressing things from a constructive point of view, wanting the game to be better. I don't see what's wrong with that in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not saying it's Matt personally. I mean, I know you've had loads and loads of chats with Matt over the years over stuff. But they have to somehow work out a realistic plan, because it's the constant discussion point. It's the fact is the consoles can't run the game. The PCs, okay, I'm struggling tonight a little bit, but the PCs run them better. And you know, what are you going to do about it? What's the solution, and how are you going to keep the PC users happy and the console users happy? You've lost me there, Luke. Yeah, that's your second one, isn't it, Amazetase? Yeah, it's so strange with this stream, you know, but I mean, my studio YouTube is basically saying the current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate, and it's kind of recommending that I turn it up, but I'm scared of turning it up because of the effect on the frame rate drops. But then the frame rate drops are caused by the dense areas. As I say, it's just weird because it's never happened before. I've got a couple of ideas, but the solution's not that easy. And well, I know what the big solution will be: get a new PC. And I'm thinking of getting like a separate laptop, and then if I want to download stuff that might be causing me problems, then I could do it on the laptop, and then I can work around it that way. But yeah, I think I'm pleased with this update anyway. It's first time of trying it, but the sounds sound a little bit more refined, but it seems to be they've ironed out a lot of the problems. Yeah, it's all nonsense, isn't it? It really is all nonsense. Yeah, the DSD cancel's alright, but I think the if you get an AWS ping, it still sounds slightly weird when you cancel it. But it's quite a nice train to drive now, and you know, I've got a feeling that at some point we will be getting a passenger version of it, and hopefully with a DVT. So there's plenty of playability for the Class 90. Oh, I know, it's all nonsense, isn't it? It really is. And, you know, rather than try and ban people, they should be looking at what the issues are with the game. And it's been a weird old year in many ways. It's been a weird year. I mean, there's been plenty of good stuff that have come out, but just the way that they operate has become very, very strange. Totally different subject, but I must check as well at some point. But I know that I mean, with New York, is the MetLife Stadium actually in the game? I know you've kind of got some sort of services in and around, operating in and around that, but I'd be interested to know if it's actually in the game. Oh crikey, 3 strikes and you're out. Oh, that's stupid. Absolutely stupid. Yeah, well, again, it's just nonsense, isn't it? Absolutely nonsense. The fact is, you care about the game. You're not abusing people. You actually care about the game and what they produced. We've known for a long time that, you know, things that aren't quite working and functioning as they should be, and there seems to be a massive reluctance to sort things out. But, you know, for goodness sake, it's what's wrong with there's the neutral section warning. What's wrong with actually pointing them out and saying, come on, sort it out? And, you know, none of it's cheap, is it? You're buying a route that's $32.99, $29.99, occasionally a bit cheaper, or you might buy a loco pack that's $14.99. And, you know, I shudder to think how much I've spent in the last couple of years on Train Sim World. But, you know, you've got every right, the paid customer, to expect a decent product, and then if it's not quite right, that they release a patch to amend it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? RE is the neutral section. Yeah, the preservation crew. I mean, I think Adam Lucas used to be a part of that, didn't he? With you know, that's now Skyhook Games. But it's such a, I don't know, it just seems to be a really disintegrated team. You know, there's a load of community managers, and I really don't have a clue what the actual people who officially work for DTG actually do anymore. Yeah, sadly it is, and you know, unless there's a big plan to make that a core feature of TSW7, I really can't see it being improved. Yeah, exactly right, and it's now, if every release was 100% perfect, you just wouldn't do that. And, you know, except that I don't think any game's ever been released 100% perfect, but there's certainly nothing wrong with pointing out the issues. Lovely passing trains on this, by the way. It's great to like trundle along at 75 miles an hour and you've got all this stuff passing you by along the way. Here we go, another Pendo. Flowing silk livery this time. So if we're going to get frame drops on this, it'll be when we get to Watford Junction and Wembley, judging by what we've had so far. Yeah, well, no, absolutely fine, yeah. I mean, I'm a one-trick pony, really, you know, with games, and the problem is because the World Cup's taking up so much of time as well. I'm always reluctant to spend as much time, but I still want to try and get the midweek videos up. I've said before, but I'm definitely looking forward to when City Transport Simulator becomes Vienna. Then I shall definitely buy that. I think the plan for that is in the last quarter, hopefully. But I love the idea of being able to take a tram around the city and take a bus around as well. I mean, a lot of this TSW stuff sometimes looks a bit old hat nowadays, with when you start to see what's available with Unreal Engine 5 and, you know, different graphic engines as well. Ah, good evening. Halloween. I like that. That's a good name. Yeah, I hope you're well. And just to say, sorry about when we've had stuttering problems, but anybody who's watching who's new to the stream, and if you are liking it and enjoying the stream, then please remember to like and subscribe. Be much appreciated. Yeah, great name that. Halloween. Although, feels like the wrong time of the year somehow. But yeah, I must admit, I've got my doubts about this speed control. I thought I'd set it at 75, put it in maximum, and it'd zoom away. But so far, it's been as good as gold. And well, we're going downhill as well now. So this is exactly like how it behaves in Train Sim Classic with the Armstrong Powerhouse 90. Pete's off for a shower, order some food, smoke pipe, fishy beer and wine as the sun goes down. Oh, lovely. Oh, there's nothing nicer when you're on holiday and you get to see the sun go down. Ah, enjoy that then. Sounds like a really, really lovely evening. Yeah, have a great one, and see you next time. Me says, don't fall in, Pete. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Good point. That would be me, that would. But yeah, this 90's massively better. Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. All single yellow. Yeah, absolutely Halloween. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't apologise for your English. That is very very true. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I mean, I was kind of okay with it before as a PC user, but it's really good now. Mrs. puts me on a harness after 2 bottles of wine and 9 beers. I can see that. Yeah, like got this visions of you being brought back. 2 bottles of wine and 9 beers. My goodness me! To take me about a week to recover from that. That's amazing. People say you're beyond your back. Well, I don't think I'll be able to get up. Right, time to flick on my OBS studio and see what's going on. Right, oh, we're green again now. Wait a minute, where's my cursor gone? I grew up with Dr. Feelgood. My alcohol intake is legendary. Wow. Well, I know that we have Amazetase in the stream who's teetotal, but yeah, I'm very much not teetotal. But I couldn't quite live up to that. You know, I might have had the occasional approach to a station stop where I've overshot the platform after a glass of red wine on a Sunday afternoon. You grew up with Dr. Pepper, yeah. Yeah, I mean, overall, it says we've dropped 32,420 frames over the course of the stream, which is shocking, really. I mean, it says it's 5.3%. So we've survived Watford Junction, but Wembley's going to be a challenge, I think. I mean, I quite like the dirty windscreen, but it'd be nice to have the choice of driving one that's completely and utterly X-Works as well. What speed set are we on this thing? We want to put it up to 75 again. There we go. Yeah, definitely impressed Halloween that this is so much better, and I'm guessing you're a console user, so I think basically this means you can really play it properly for the first time. I mean, it's shocking that they ever released it in a state where it wasn't basically drivable from the off. You know, that is scandalous that they took money from people. Ah, right, okay. I saw something about that, yeah. Because they've obviously tinkered with the people settings. I mean, good news that we have some people back at Euston again. I mean, it still looks like a ghost town, but at least you're getting the occasional people actually getting off the train and wandering about. I'd love to see the whole thing about people being a complete refresh, and it just seems as though nobody has given any attention to the people behaviour. All that happens is it just gets worse. I mean, I remember Riviera Line coming out, and I remember Matt saying in the preview, "Oh, it looks so nice to see, you know, some sort of order to people." But again, not applied across the game. It was just on one particular route. But you know, it's beyond a joke, really. It's been a problem forevermore, and you know, I always think, well, that World of Subways thing that came out in for the London Underground one that came out around about 2010, they had people that actually walked about, got on the trains, and actually sat down. So if they could do it then, why can't they do it now? Okay, obviously a lot smaller route. The graphics probably look a bit dated for you know, compared with what's available now. It was a good game though at the time. It gave me a lot of fun. Yeah, I agree with you, Amazetase. You know, if they can't get them to work properly that are animated, then yeah, that's at least would be a trade-off. I mean, what they did with Paddington and Victoria as well, I think, when those routes first came out, they had a load of static passengers occupying the concourse area, and you know, it kind of looked all right, really. But it's just the fact that nobody is prepared to give it any time and attention. You know, they're kind of saying, look, it's we're not bothered, we're not interested. And I know that's where Johannes fell down a little bit with, oh, he is Harrow and Euston. It fell down when oh yeah, there we go. I mean, that is just absolutely rubbish, isn't it? Unacceptable, totally unacceptable. And you know, I mean, in a way you laugh at it, but it's for any driver, real driver, and there's plenty of real drivers that play this game, they've experienced hitting somebody in real life, and of course it does happen, then you know, it's awful. So if we don't get any frame drops at Wembley, then that kind of suggests that the Crewe Preston route is just pushing my PC over the edge. Oh, it is. Everything is rushed. It really is. And we know the same thing like with TSW6. There'll be a load of stuff that happens when that comes out where it's not right. Okay, I know I'm not pulling a load of freight containers here, but it seems as though it's a lot better to control. Nice little run this, actually. Good choice, Amazetase, for the champion's choice. Well, it was, and I forget the name of the chap, but one of the regular YouTubers did a video up the other night saying that DTG will never release another underground route again. And I think, to be fair, I think Matt Peddleston has said many times that the baking was an absolute pain to behold, but you never know. Yeah, I think it's been like that for a while, really. I mean, you look at the Firefly team, and I mean, the fact is, they produced a mod for 5 Circle not long after it came out. Have I still got brakes on here? Ah, right, okay. To be fair, then there it was telling me off for a good reason. I mean, the Firefly team, you know, been building these brilliant enhancement packs, and then they kind of thought, look, let's stop doing this. Let's get together and let's build our own routes, and that's what they've done, and they've done it brilliantly. Right, that's interesting. So that's the point, isn't it? That maybe, I mean, just maybe, you're going to get a standalone subway game. Right, there is yellow, isn't it? I get so paranoid with these signals now. Right, we need to set the speed control down to about 15 then now. We're still getting too fast. I was a bit too late on the braking there. We are definitely going to get a substantial train game, whether DTD produce it or not, that's run by with Unreal Engine 5, aren't we? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. I mean, they've never really explained why they cancelled it, apart from a few half-baked excuses, but I can kind of only assume that they kind of realised that the concept was a bit naff. It was kind of like a you know, a game, but it wasn't really a game that was going to stand the test of time. Probably should have kept going at 15 for a bit longer here. Yeah, I think I saw I've lost about 28 frames. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, yeah. So we've not done too badly coming into Wembley by the looks of it, although the worst bit's about to come into being. And I think, you know, everybody that's seen Running Train has kind of looked at it and thought, wow, what a game, what a game. I mean, sadly, I've not had a chance to play it much really over the last couple of weeks, but absolutely love it. I love the fact that Rizu, or whatever his name is, I think it's Rizu, keeps on providing updates and seems really keen to carry on with it. And I mean, when we've got passengers, hopefully, if it runs as smooth as it does already, and you know, even on this old PC, it runs beautifully. You put that into a proper kind of real life route, it's going to be amazing. And I don't know, are they going to just stick out TSW for another couple of years and then they can say, well, it's been 10 years, so it's about time we released a brand new game? But it's, you know, it's then a bit hot, sickening, because you'll be thinking, oh, I've spent, as you say, 2 or 3 grand on the whole game, and now you're going to ask me to start the process all over again. All right, excellent, Josh. Yeah, no, it's been great. Really enjoyed it again. Yeah, I think we've had a few more frame drops, haven't we? But it's not been too bad. Oh yeah, I'd love it. Absolutely love something like that. I'd love as well. There's 2 things. I mean, I'd love to see the Shinkansen in Japan, and I would absolutely love to see one of those Tokyo commuter lines. The Yamanote line stands out, and it's possible to do it with Densha to Go, but you have to buy you'll need a PS5, but I think it's a PS4 game, and you then need to buy a Japanese import of the DLC from you know, sort of from the Japanese sellers, but it's doable. Oh yes, of course, I forgot that was coming in. That's true. I'll tell you what, with this speed control thing, this is absolutely lovely. I could almost go sleep and just press the Q button every so often. And again, this is what Wembley should be all about. Absolutely jam-packed with traffic. And, you know, really enjoying Crewe. The updated timetable with so that you could do the full runs from Crewe. But again, once we've got the Josh factor, if we can call it that, then it's going to be absolutely amazing. Yeah, perhaps that's what we should do, Andrew. Maybe that's a good shout, actually. Don't bother buying it when it comes out. Just buy it the following year and buy it at next to no price. I mean, that's just lovely, isn't it? Really enjoyed that. Josh factor, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we don't need the X factor, we need the Josh factor. But we've seen you twice today with the Blackpool branches timetable, so and then once again on there. So I'll make a note, if I can find a pen that actually functions. Where are we? 11607 is my score. And then, right, I'll slip back to the other stream then, because I'm a bit behind with the comments, I think. Right, here we go. Andy was 11772, and Amazetase was 11785, and then we've just got Asa to come, and that'll be in the next the next few minutes? Well, just depends on Azza by the looks of things. So we've got no Brian tonight, and Dom is on holiday as well. Brian's at Worcester for the cricket, and Dom is in Oban, camping and canoeing. So, yes, we're all waiting with bated breath. And I think, as I was saying, with food-wise, it was going to be about 10 minutes behind, I think. Yeah, but yeah, you're dead right. Yeah, I love this timetable. Yeah, absolutely love it. And it's been out for, I think it was it April last year? Am I right in saying it's been out for a year and a couple of months now? Well, you knew it wasn't going to be me. I mean, I drove all right there, but I don't know why I slowed down to 10 mile an hour with about half a mile to go when it was still 15 for ages after. So yeah, looking good, and so we'll load up the next game. We'll get going. Politely decline to pass comment, mate. Very good. Well, you've been watching me. You know what my driving skills are like by now. In which, you know, I'm sort of still bulling a china shop. Right, so let's get the game loaded up, and then we will prepare for our MGR hopper run. Evening, Scooby. Hope you're well. And Scooby doesn't have a PC yet, but you are interested, aren't you? I've seen your comments in the Discord, and I think Azza's giving you a few pointers, which I find very interesting, actually. I like that. Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's Mr. Ben, isn't it? As if by magic, a Scooby appears. Yo, bro. Yeah, I like that. But yeah, that run when we had that 5 points between the three of us was absolutely brilliant. That's probably one of the best runs we've ever had. Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah, it was really, really good, that. So at the moment, I must admit the tanker's looking as though I don't know whether we're going to get the full run in, because we're a good hour now on the merry-go-round hopper run, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, you've been racing, have you? How have you done? Are you competing for the title? Are you doing well again? Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Well, that didn't count. That didn't count because it was. It just amazed me that did, because I actually I wanted to make sure I got all this brake thing sorted out, which I worked out what to do. Because changing ends is a nightmare with the 86, and I must have tried it out about 20 times. And never once did I encounter a red signal. So, of course, live on the stream, what did I do? Straight through a red signal. Yeah, shush. Nobody noticed. It's all right. Right, so back to Crewe Preston, and won the last two races. Oh, well done. How many completed? How many left to do? So we'll do a rail freight one. I wish when you pick the rail freight you'd got two rail freight ones, but they don't seem to go together, sadly. Right, so what are we doing? 77. And it's part 3. I think this is it. Yeah, loaded coal train. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I realised as well that I didn't put my vacuum brakes on the other night, which is partly why. Sorry, not the vacuum brakes. I realised I didn't put freight brakes on, air brakes for freight. So that was partly why I felt as though I was running on cheese. Oh, right, exactly halfway. I am indeed, Andrew. Yeah, bright and early. I'll be up at 6:30. Quick dog to take out before I go. They'll be leaving the house probably about 7:10, maybe slightly later, 7:30. But the funny thing is, much as though work's a nuisance and something I'd prefer not to do, I quite enjoy driving to work on a nice sunny morning. It's 26 miles from this house to get to work, but I quite enjoy the drive. Well, you have put you've put YouTube channels up before, but it wasn't like your YouTube channel, was it? It was actually somebody else. So I did enjoy that. We saw a little bit of you driving it. Oh, there's the master key. I didn't realise it was there. Right, okay. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Scooby, I'd be interested as well. I mean, I'm as you know, no car knowledge, but quite interested. Right, so we've got a loaded train this time, and the idea is we're going to unload those. All right, Azza's come in with a score of 11,709. So thank you, Azza. So that means Amazetase is the champion, 13 points better off than Andy, so very, very close. Azza was in third, and then that other chap, whoever was driving, was in fourth. But yeah, well played. But Amazetase is just about the winner. But yeah, some good scores there as always. Right, DST you can put on, which I didn't realise, but that Australian guy who does the streaming alerted me to that point. Ah, right, that does sound good. Don't know what World Cup match is on actually, I'm being a bit too quick with this throttle. I don't know what's on the World Cup on Friday. Just to say again, by the way, we're all right for Sunday, for the next Sunday for the stream. I'm in forward here, aren't I? Hang on. Yeah. Right, we're moving. Takes some moving, this does, when it's loaded. Look at the power of this thing. Never check my signal. Yeah, brilliant choice, Amazetase, yeah. Pretty sure he will be. It was just a week off for the cricket at Worcester today. Yeah, it certainly is, Azzy. Yeah, yeah, it's amazing, this. I must have a check as well on the... Yeah, it seems fairly stable. But yeah, I mean, I've still only really done a little bit, but absolutely love this, this being able to do this. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, Amazetase. Yeah, no, that's very, very, very generous. I'm sure he'll be massively appreciated on that. But yeah, he's. I mean, the thing is as well, he's been there every single week, and yeah, no, that's brilliant. I know. The thing is, I've not scratched the surface with Trent Valley either. I mean, I've still not done a full 350 run. I've not even driven the 354, so it's like, you know, I've spent £32.99 and I've not given it a go. But I just love all this bit coming up here, and you see all this heavy industry is amazing. I mean, is that Warrington Bank Quay overhead? Oh yeah, I've still forgotten to change my brakes. It. That'll be better. And also don't forget to use your loco brakes as well. That's better. But I mean, for my money, I mean, DTG could have sold this and kind of said, right, here's a route from Parkside Colliery or whatever it is to Fiddlers Ferry as a MGR hopper working, and I'd have been quite happy with it. But to have it as part of this Just Trains route is great. I love all that. From what I can gather, I mean, there is a speed control on the 47.3, but I don't think they do any kind of like definitive MGR hopper runs. Yeah, well, at the moment, Scooby, with me stream tonight, it's a bit like how the stream's gone at times. Oh, we've got a meeting of 20s here. Look at the clag off that. Wow. Monk siding. And I think I said the other night, but you've got that disused factory as well. Yeah, I think so. I think that there's. I mean, a lot of it is down to you know, an old PC, I think. But I think that there might be a bit of optimization that could be done. I think, and I'm sure they'll do what they can. Good evening, Annadale Junction Productions. Oh, that's a good name. Yeah, well, I think the issue is, to a certain extent, the core game, isn't it? So there probably is only so much that they can actually deliver on that. Yeah, I hope you're well. Good to hear from you. But I mean, these MGR hopper workings, you know, you're never going to be zipping away at huge speed, but brilliant fun. And again, you just get that little feeling it's just doing things that as a real, you know, as a train enthusiast you would never get to do. And you know, I mean, I know a few of you have had the lucky experience of sitting in drivers' cabs and experiencing from the front line, but it's kind of like, you know, your chances are you never get to be in the cab of a merry-go-round hopper working. Ah, right, fantastic. Yeah. Well, it is absolutely fabulous, and once again, Just Trains have done an incredible job. And I mean, certainly, there's plenty of videos out there where you'll see people with better top-end PCs have got a better experience from it, and it might be a little bit that it needs to bed in for me, but I'm absolutely loving it. And yeah, I mean, you know, I'm from the era, and I mean, I don't know whether you are or whether you're not, but it's just amazing to be able to drive stuff like this. And you can see Fiddlers Ferry coming into shot in the distance as well. I mean, are you from the 80s, or have you just enjoyed their experience of what Just Trains have brought to the game, and you know, you're kind of feeling not nostalgia, but if you don't remember it, but just actually seeing how interesting and how varied the stock was at the time. I mean, they probably won't, because I think they've kind of suggested they're after Cumbrian Coast. They, you know, it might be an area completely different, but I'd love to see like Crewe, Liverpool, Lime Street with a 304 EMU thrown in. All right, yeah, amazing, yeah, yeah. Ah, excellent. Well, it's good though that yeah. Welcome to the channel, by the way, and yeah, it's good that you've inherited their interests. But yeah, brilliant here, and I'm sure you've seen plenty of well, videos on YouTube for one thing. There's loads of them. I think Soy Bacau does a load of old 80s train videos, but you just see the interest, the variety. There's one or two in and around Euston way, and see the engines reversing back to couple up all the time. Absolutely Scooby, yeah. I just love that shot there in the distance. You can see the power station coming into being. It seems strange nowadays that the coal-fired power station is being kind of phased out, and Fiddlers Ferry is one of the many big power stations that is no longer in operation. I presume the cooling towers have been demolished now. Ah, excellent. Yeah, well, there you go. You're making me feel old, Annadale, because I can remember the peaks as well on the at Derby on the Midland Main Line, just about anyway. I mean, I was probably about 10, and I think they were like possibly in the last, it might have been the last year that they were in operation on the St Pancras trains. Just to say, by the way, anybody, I don't know about yourself, Annadale, but if you enjoyed the stream and you haven't done so before, then if you could consider liking and subscribing, would be really appreciated. Little shout out there, apologies for that, but yeah, thanks for the interest. Yeah, I suppose the thing is, I'm kind of granddaddy age really now. feel as though there's something I'm doing there that I'm just not getting the speed up. I'm on level ground, but might just be the sheer weight of the train, and it's very, very heavy going this. I think we've got the brakes off anyway, haven't we? Yeah, locomotive brakes off. Not sure about me air brake cylinders though. Should they be in that setting? All right, yeah. Well, thanks for joining us. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, thank you very much. That's really appreciated. And yeah, we're always on Sunday at 5 o'clock. So yeah, thanks for joining us, and enjoyed the chat and the interest as well. And always great to talk to fellow rail enthusiasts. Now we're all right there, aren't we? Yeah, here we go. These brakes are hopeless. Right, we do the 15. Yeah, I'd quite like to be able to select the rail freight colours and know that the one behind us was going to be the same livery as well. Surely that's something they could do in a patch. Look at all that stuff coming out of the... They look really realistic as well. I mean, on the Midland Main Line, you got an indication of steam coming out, but... that looks how I remember it. I remember that sight at these power stations. Oh. Crikey, that worked. Didn't mean to do that. Feels as though there's no gradual brake on this thing. It's either on or it's off. The gauges don't seem to be much help. Anyway, I'll remember what we need to do if we need to come to a stop anyway. That's obviously the speed controller. So somebody pointed out the other night, but SS2 means that's when there's two locos on board. SS1 is if it's one. kind of feel as though you got all this power behind the train, but it's such a heavy train. I don't know what the weight is. We'll perhaps see when we see the statistics at the end if we remember, but there's an awful lot to try and manage. Still got 260 odd yards to go. It's quite a slow little crawl, and we're flat, but we don't seem to be going any faster. But we're on full power. Perhaps is it because is there like an optimum point where we might increase the speed a bit? Using up 1,000 hertz. Oh yeah, this confused me the other night. I was thinking, what's happening? We're not getting any closer to this stop marker, but of course, as somebody pointed out, the thing is we're going round in a circle. So in a minute, we'll come back round again and get a bit closer to it. And then when we go through the hoppers, I've worked out that I'm pretty sure that we can't go any faster than 1 mile an hour when we're actually unloading them, because you just can't do it. You're just going to end up taking a load of coal home with you. I don't know, I suppose if you're a driver and you drove on these every day, then you're possibly going to get a little bit bored with them, but oh, that's the yellow, by the way. But it just seems to be really, really exciting. See that there's the cooling towers there now. There's more coming up. Yes, I think the tanker run is looking as though it's going to be off, because we're 20 to 9 now, so I think we'll have to postpone the tanker run until next week. Right, so we're getting round again to getting closer to the stop car marker now, 500 yards or so. You can see what an amazing complex it clearly used to be, Fiddlers Ferry, but I suppose it was one of the key power stations for the whole of the northwest, so kind of like Manchester, Merseyside. Finally got up to 15 miles an hour. Right, finally see the unloading is about to take place. We've got a little bit past the Scott car marker, but it doesn't really matter because we've probably actually done ourselves a favour because the wagons aren't in there yet. Doesn't look majorly excited about this, does he? So right, let's get our speed control on then. So we need to go into that. And I've forgotten where the other thing is now. Well, I think it's worked out quite well, because if we'd been a bit short of it, it would be a little bit boring. There's a thing on here somewhere, isn't there? But I can't remember where it is now. Oh, it's over there, yeah. Yeah, 1. That's perfect. So this is where the exciting bit comes in. So you can see those catches. Oh, built at Shildon Works, 1958. I didn't realise these wagons were that old. But you'll see those open up or turn whilst we're underground. Yeah, you can see that stuff under there. And they open the thing up underground quite nicely. Ah, no worries at all, Azzy, yeah. We're just crawling along now. We're going to be depositing our coal. And we are unloading. So you should see these catches move in a minute. There we go. There we are. That's the coal coming down. Stuck. Now as you can see, we've not deposited all of the coal there, but then we've got a bit more to go yet. Like, does it in stages. You can see a bit falling behind now there, I think. Yeah, it really is. It's like nothing else we've ever seen in the game before. I mean, okay, I think there was something at Tees Valley, I think, where you could do something, or was it Middle and Main Line, but not quite on the as exciting as this. So we should, by the time we get through the hoppers, we should see that completely empty. Yeah, there we go. Okay, drop down a bit quick, it has to be said. So they should now move, I think, back into position. Ah, right, Great Western Railway was it, Scooby? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's moved back in. And then roll on to the next one. There we are. And okay, there's an argument for saying that the animation could be better. Second one's completely clear. Third one now is going on. I'm not sure, Andrew, to be honest, on this. Not that I'm aware of. I think there's something on Trent Valley, I might be right in saying there's a scenario where you can talk to the signallers. I could be wrong, but I've got a vague suspicion of it. Facing the wrong way, mate. What's going on with those eyelashes? That's another one that's finished. That does kind of go like that. That's a bit rubbish, really, that bit. But as you can see here, we've still got a fully loaded one. I just wonder what the drivers did at this point. I presume they basically set the speed controller on and then had a cup of tea and had some lunch. I think he could have it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think the driver could have his lunchtime pint while still this is going on. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Scooby will agree, but Medway Valley is definitely one of the best releases that have come out. Very, very highly optimised. A nice little short route. Now, how much of the train have we got left to do? Ah, right. I was going to say we've nearly done there, but... oh, heck. It's going to be Monday lunchtime by the time we've done all this lot. If we get a bit more power on, we could at least go at 1 mile an hour, couldn't we? There we go. Then back at base. Yeah, we should be checking these signals. They're like tram signals here, aren't they? 40 wagons, yeah. Wow. Yeah, definitely. They've done really well, haven't they, Firefly? Keep the crossing clear, and hopefully they'll do a lot more. I love this though, the representation of industrial England. I mean, um, give me beautiful scenery any day, but I love industry as well. Heavy industry, it looks excellent. Oh, you can guarantee that water there would be flowing, yeah, pure. It'd look black virtually. So they're still coming through. You can, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's that good. I mean, if you could slightly improve the animation so that it's done in stages, whereas you get that last bit where it looks slightly naff when it disappears, but it's tremendously good. There you go. And I think somebody... Actually, I'll tell you what we need to do now. We need to... is that open? No, that's closed, isn't it? I'm trying to see if it actually animates the bit where it opens. No, they are open. Closed, I mean. They're closed. And that's still got coal in. But yeah, you really can almost smell it. Ah, good evening, Brian from sunny Worcester. How was the cricket? Have you had a good day? Oh, there you go. That's open. So hopefully we should see these close in a minute. I believe there we go. Yeah, it's closed. I think 1 mile an hour, because when we did the thing on Friday, we tried 3 mile an hour is fine for loading, but if you do 3 mile an hour in the unloading, they just simply you end up carrying off the coal back with you. So I believe maybe 1.5 might do it. And Amazetase has won the Champion's Choice, but he's also nominated you for next week, so you can pick next week's Champion's Choice, which will be nice. There you go. That's closed again. Look at the grime on that thing as well. Don't know exactly what they were for. And also you got these big platforms going up as well. And I think you basically send two vehicles. I think you basically send 2 trains through at the same time. See, that's still completely full, that one. Ah, okay, yeah. So who were they playing then, Worcestershire? I think, I mean, I've watched bits and pieces of county cricket down the years, but it tends to be a little bit like it's watched by one man and his dog. There you go. See, it's depositing some there. Has to do it in stages, otherwise, yeah, there they are shut. Yeah, genuinely no ideas that these HAA wagons came from 1958. I thought they were a much... There's a bit more. Built at Shildon Works in the northeast. Oh, excellent, Brian. Yeah, that'd be really nice. And I mean, you've been doing these every week, every run. So that'd be nice to see that. And I love how the fact that the 47s and the Class 20 have got these fitted, because to have the job of trying to keep the speed going at 1 mile an hour would be almost nigh on impossible. And I think this is pretty much a product of the Beeching era, wasn't it? And you know, I mean, obviously most people associate Richard Beeching with the lines that he closed, but he also was keen to develop the railways as best they can, and I think the MGR hopper workings were kind of something he was keen to see done. It's a lovely old ground there, Worcester. I watched the Sunday League game there many years ago, I probably said last week. Yeah, it looks incredible, really. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Where are we? Right, let's go up. And I think there should, in theory, be some sort of... you probably should visibly see something actually that catches, if you know what I mean. That's perhaps something that isn't animated. That's like chalked on, isn't it? That's great. As you can see that's still got half in. Yeah, the one thing about me, same with when I've been at air shows, but I've been at cricket as well. It's lovely, but you almost get slightly tired of being in the heat all day. Is there with it being the weekend and it being a lovely day, I'm guessing there's a reasonable crowd. Yeah, brilliant, Brian. Yeah, as I say, it's quite heavy in terms of your effect on your PC. Certainly as on mine, anyway. But it's lovely. I mean, look at the dirt as well on that windows, and that's exactly what you would imagine. This wouldn't be like a clean facility. Black as coal, as they say, and again, all just the grime, the dust. We've got all these empty wagons now. There we go. So that's the only thing, if you're being hypercritical, you'd say it'd be nice if they could animate that a bit more slowly, but there's only so much you can do. But again, like that, you know, that's not going to be clear silver. There we are, closed again. So how far are we getting? Love the sound as well. Oh yeah, we're making progress. I mean, I've always wanted to do something like this for years, to be honest, an MGR hopper working. I remember, I mean, it's years ago, but I remember one of those daft games where it was basically no graphics and no sounds, and it was all like text based. And I remember them doing an MGR work in there, and it's like, without the animation, it just isn't going to be very exciting. But to do it like this, I could quite happily sit here and drive this through at 1 mile an hour. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Amazetase says he's waiting for his lunchtime pint. Yeah, he's struggling a bit. I love I don't know what's going on with the eyelashes as well, and looks as though he's got eyeshadow on. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he looks a bit more. Well, oh no, he's nodding off. He's nodding off. He's going to sleep. And them two don't care. They're just having a chat. In fact, we've got some brothers going on there as well. Have you noticed that though? Even the fingers have kind of got like a bit of like, you know, as though they're not totally clean because they work in the pits. Very curious. Oh, okay, yeah. Right. Oh, I see. Yeah. Worcestershire against Gloucestershire. Yeah. Yeah, I had I've probably said last week, but a few years. Well, I'm talking about summer of '96, but and '97. But me and my mate kind of did quite a few of the Sunday League matches, and we never went to Bristol to watch Gloucestershire, but we watched them at Moreton in Marsh in the Cotswolds, and that was nice. But we watched Worcestershire. We never went to Derbyshire, funnily enough, which is probably the nearest one to. We went to Old Trafford. We went to Headingley. We went to where else did we go to? That's most of them, I think. And we also went to Glamorgan in Cardiff on the final day of the season, '97. That was to see Glamorgan Surrey won the title, and we were accused by a couple of Welsh supporters of being they thought we were Surrey because we clearly weren't Welsh. Yeah, you can see all the open grids as well below. Again, very, very beautifully modelled. Again, you just admire the detail on that. Yeah, there should be something like sticking out, I think, that basically catches those, because it's all very automated. I don't really know why you need the people on hand to make sure it's all worked, but I suppose there must have been some problems occasionally. Far off from the end, I don't think. But you very rarely get county cricket on the telly, do you? You get the one-day stuff, but you do get... I think Sky do one championship game a season, or possibly two. But the rest of the time, they... all the county games are live streamed now. And I think BBC Radio do commentary on them. Now, somebody was saying, I think on the forums, that there is a bit of an issue with the last wagon. Apparently, doesn't deposit its load. But I think that's probably a glitch that they'll look to sort out. I mean, I did think originally, and I probably said this Friday, but I kind of thought, well, I'm going to get really, really bored by this, and I can't imagine sitting through the stream while we drop off the entire load. But it's just, there's just something about it. It's just so captivating. Ah, right, brilliant. Yeah, Worcestershire. When Scotland beat them in the 1998 NatWest Trophy with Graham Hick. Oh, he was going to be the saviour of English cricket, wasn't he? Although he was, oh, I forgot, was he, what was he? Was he South Africa or Zimbabwe? I can't remember now. But, yeah, he was going to, anyway, after a certain point he was going to be eligible, and he was eligible for England, but never quite worked out. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good day out. And, you know, again, if you can have a couple of pints, you can chill out. You've got a cool box. You can have a coffee, a sandwich, a pork pie, whatever you might have in your, that you brought with you. And you don't have to kind of concentrate every second of the day. You can have a chat to your friends. It's quite a good day. But have you ever been to... Back in the day when Lord's Cup finals were a thing, have you... Yeah, Zimbabwean. Yeah, a lot are now, aren't they? Did you ever watch a cup final at Lord's, either the NatWest Trophy or the Benson and Hedges Cup? You get people like Peter West on commentary as well. Oh yeah, absolutely. Which on a day like this is something to savour. I mean, New Roads probably, arguably, is the most beautiful ground in the country. So let's see if the what was suggested is right. Well, let's see if we do have coal left in this wagon at the end. Ah, okay, yeah. They used to be brilliant, though, didn't they? I can remember watching the NatWest Trophy and the Benson Hedges Cup finals on Grandstand, and every time they were, like, virtually certain to go to the last ball, and they were really, really interesting. Ah, no, no. No, we've done the lot. Right, so in that case then. Right, we can get going now, can't we? And we should be a lot easier to move now that we're on, we're empty. But yeah, I absolutely used to love the those cup finals. And okay, if you're watching it on Grandstand, it'd be, you know, you'd be interrupting for the horse racing, but they bring you up to speed, and there'd be a lot of live play, and then the closing stages would be live on BBC Two. just look at it snaking round. I think Amazetase was saying, I've forgotten how many he said now. Did you say 45? Hopefully the brake should be easier when it's empty. Still not the most easy train to get going. Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. I mean, I do like the fact that Sky brings you continuous coverage, whereas, you know, back in the day with Grandstand, you know, even like the test match should be on a Thursday and Friday, and it might get moved away because there was golf on or horse racing or a break for the news headlines on the hour. But you know, it's kind of a lot of the magic though is gone, and also the fact that very rarely do the top players actually play in the county game. Oh, there we go. So we've completed it. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. So sadly, because we are getting on a bit time-wise, aren't we? It's 9:15. So not going to be able to do the tanker run. If anybody would like to see that, then we could perhaps do that next week because it looks pretty good. And there's loads and loads on this route that is terrific fun. So yeah, thoroughly recommend it, and if you get it, Brian, hope you really enjoy it. So I think that probably does us for the night then. So still a little bit of work on progress with the settings maybe, and I don't know whether it's because of this particular route that's causing the frame drops, as Amazetase was saying, the demands on this PC might be the case, but glad that I think Azza said that the picture quality looked a bit better as well. So hopefully the Starlink is having an effect. Well, you've already got the East Coast Main Line, I think, haven't you, Andrew? We've only got Doncaster Peterborough on Train Sim World at the moment. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Scooby, as ever. Really appreciated and enjoyed all your company and your chat as ever. It's been another excellent one, and we'll see what happens in the week. I'm trying to kind of keep an eye on the all the World Cup stuff and trying to do a bit of trade simming as well. So a lot going on. Work's quite busy too. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. So I'll say goodbye for now, and definitely see you all next Sunday as always. And just one last shout out to say, but anybody who's watched and you're still watching, and you would like to like and subscribe, be tremendously appreciated. Then yeah, thank you very much. So until next time, from Powerflower Trains and Planes, for now, it is good night.